jump into a peek at the monthly, which is relatively unchanged here, right? You can see a little bit of a pullback here. We're back inside the previous month's range, almost basically back where we started, right? This month, or this previous month. Today's the first, so we're gonna do a little review of the last month. But the last month pretty much opened 41.84, closed 41.90 half. So you're looking at about a 6.5 point move total from start to finish, right? Obviously the range was a little bit wider, 42.38 half the high, the low 40.62. So you're about around 200 points of range there. ATR still averaging about 322 points here, but the close of the previous month was very close to the previous month's high, but we actually closed inside the range, but above the previous month's close by 2 points. Switching over to the weekly, you can see so far this week we're kind of pulling back into this larger weekly balance that we've had. We still have this kind of SR flip zone that we're monitoring, this 4201 quarter. We'd like to see the market get above that if it's going to get any continuation to the upside. If not, we're looking at this 4137.75 as an area that we may see some pulling back to. Not really much change on the weekly, right? We just kind of extended the move down. It's Thursday now, so 1 day left in the week. We're still, like I said, we're still one time framing up. I'm still considering it the one time framing up. A break of that one time framing would be the 41.14 low. Switching over to the daily, you can see this is the holiday, but we are still well, I guess we have broken the one time framing up, right? We were one time framing up for 4 days in a row. Yesterday we kind of had that opening test drive. We got back inside yesterday's range and then sold off for most of the day, and then a rally into the later part of the day. Something key to note is I'm just pulling this up real quick. Something key to note is that we're still kind of holding above this previous balance, right? We've kind of tested the high of this previous balance, which was, we were calling that 41.75. Well, actually I had it 41.73, but 75, 73 similar. We traded down 74 yesterday, I think was the low. We caught a little bit of a bid. We'll look at the profiles here in a second, but we're seeing a first little bit of change in the daily chart here. If we look at the moving averages here, you've got the 50, the 100, and the 200 here. So we've got the 50 still moving higher, the 100 still kind of moving higher, and then the 200 is kind of flattening out here. We did have kind of like this little upslope. We balanced for an extended period of time, and we're kind of just trading sideways. So, and then we've got this longer term trend here. Extending back pretty far there, but that's a lot longer term trend. So we'll just continue to monitor that and be aware. Switching over here to the profiles. I've separated the profiles from yesterday. We'll combine them in a second. But so yesterday we started the session, we moved lower, we got that B shape, and then towards the end of the day, we started to get this P shape, right? So we got liquidation early in the day, and then was basically kind of shut off, selling shut off at the low. Momentum shorts got a little bit too short, and then short covering took place for the latter part of the day. Now, if we reset the profile, you can see we finished the day as a double distribution with pretty well-defined spots or well-defined areas. right? We talked about this 4186 being the area where if sellers want the market to move lower, they're going to have to offer price below that level. And I'm still looking at that same level today. The way I'm kind of grouping this here is really just kind of a balance higher where we had this kind of sloppy balance here, little 4-day balance before that moved lower. And then we're kind of doing that same thing here. If we were to bring these together, you really just kind of have overlapping value to higher. Of course, prices moved lower and it's below value at this point here, but we haven't really necessarily made a lower low. And if we look at like the bigger parts of this distribution, right, you kind of draw a distribution here and then draw a distribution here. And so you're looking at that 4164, 4165-ish area. Acceptance below that probably takes us back down to that 37.75, 40 level that we've been talking about, which has been a big equilibrium. And then if we stay above that, the market will be looking to kind of reclaim this 42.15 in order to continue its path to the upside, right? I know a lot of people are been calling for the downside basically forever, but when you zoom out on this chart here, I mean, it's really kind of undeniable that since this is March 9th, we've moved higher, right? Yeah, we moved sideways for an extended period of time, but we've definitely moved a lot higher since then. And so until we start threatening down here below this 4080 4040 area, you really can't get too bearish, or you really shouldn't get too bearish. You always want to be aware, but it's tough to go in. I see a lot of people, especially on like YouTube and Twitter and stuff, that are basically just like, oh, we're going to zero. And it's like, all right, well, not today. So you always just want to be careful, because what can happen is the same thing that happened to a lot of people yesterday, right? They started getting short in the hole. Market rebounds. They're stuck at the short and kind of forced to cover towards the end of the session. Now, if we zoom in, and you can see these settles up here at 15 and 59.75, those are previous untouched settles, so settles that we haven't traded back to. So the market's traded away from them every single time. If we turn on the overnight sessions, you can kind of see, right, this overnight session opened up here. That's where the settle was from the 25th. Opened up, market squeezed up. This settle was from the 30th, and then the market opened up much lower and then traded down. So now we've got our settle 40.90 half from yesterday. When we zoom into yesterday's profile, we see some mechanical levels, right? We can see kind of this M high is very close to that A high, and then that's relatively close to that 4200, a little bit above that 4200, but at 4200 you kind of see this cliff, right? And so that'll be the key level today. Is the market going to be able to get above that 4200 and find some buying? If not, then chances are we'll probably chop around for a little bit. We're going to be opening up inside yesterday's range, which typically indicates that the start to the session will be fairly choppy. A little bit of back and forth. So unless we get like a nice opening drive where the market just picks a direction and starts to go, just be careful, right? It'd be a time to get in a trade, take a profit, and not get too attached to anything, as the market tends to be a bit rotational when we open up inside the previous day's range. Some other points as well. We also have that poor low from yesterday, so that will be a key level to watch, and that's that 41.74. The market will be looking to repair that. That's a weak point. Remember, back in the past, we do have, and I think it was down at like 40.70. Let's just make sure real quick. We have a lot of these. What was it, 40.11, 40 right here. So we have all these lows that are basically kind of telling us that there was really no supply underneath of this larger distribution. That's why the market has moved higher and started to distribute some of the inventory that it collected down here below. Um, you know, right? So if you think about it, if we're down here in this lower end of this distribution, right, where all these lows are at, and no one is willing to sell it, and think about this as like, uh, let's say, you know, we'll knock off the 4 and we'll call it $110, right? Say this is $110 and you're trying to sell whatever you want, right? Let's say you're trying to sell a computer monitor for $110, right? And no one wants to sell it. People were selling it big time for $140, but now that it's down another $30, they're saying, well, why would I sell it there when I could sell it higher? And then now we're starting to see a little bit of distribution as the market moves higher. A lot more people are willing to sell for $215 or $190, right? And so that's kind of the key here. But when this market moved down, right? So we moved up, moved back down. People still weren't willing to sell. You see, they're not willing to sell here. Market moves higher. People come in. They're like, yeah, I'll sell that computer monitor for $200. We move lower back to that same range to the 110. People say, no, I'm not selling it there. Back up to that same $200. They say, yeah, I'll sell it there. But this time on the way down, it's $175, and all of a sudden no one wants to sell it. So people went from not wanting to sell it for 110 to not wanting to sell it for 175 because they know they could sell it for 220 or 200, right? And theoretically, we're doing this theoretically, or using this as a way to kind of help understand supply and demand, right? And so for those of you that are maybe having a tough time understanding supply and demand, this is a rudimentary way to really kind of grasp that concept. And it doesn't have to be computer monitors, it can be anything that you want, right? But you want to understand that fact. And so that's typically what the poor low is representing. To me, because we didn't get continuation past the A high yesterday, I really just think that momentum shorts got stuck at the low. There wasn't enough supply to break the demand down at the 175, and the market, basically just went into a double distribution. Now, on the flip side of that, right? So there's not enough supply down here. So not enough people willing to sell that TV for $110, right? Well, all of the people that didn't get a chance to buy this TV here, right? They bought it up. We got this nice trend day up, so it squeezed up, and then a lot of people started selling. Well, as it comes down here, these people that didn't get a chance here are looking to get a chance here. They're like, well, you know what? I might not get that chance to buy it at 120 again because it was just at 200. And so that's how the push-pull really works, right? Are enough people going to come down and start selling these TVs for less, right? When they could just sell it for 200? Or are enough people getting that kind of FOMO and feeling like, dang, I could have had it for $100 last week, but now it's going for 200. I better just buy it because who knows what's going to happen next week? It could be 300, right? And so that's kind of why we get these kind of violent moves. It really does show the emotion that's kind of in the market, right? And we've had some economic data, of course, that does play a part in it for sure. We also have the House passed the debt ceiling last night, or the debt limit last night. So that could be a little bit of relief, right? Not necessarily like, oh, okay, well, all bets are off, the debt ceiling passed, everything's peaches and roses, but that a little bit of worry has maybe pulled out of the market. Okay. Hopefully that is an analogy that you can, understand a little bit, or hopefully it helps understand a bit. So it means both, Tobias. So Tobias is asking, we have a poor low from yesterday. Does that mean the sellers are weak, or does it mean that we need to create some excess and repair it? So typically it means both, right? But so typically what it will mean is that area will get visited or broken again, or at some point, because it is a weak low, right? It's not a strong low. So it's not telling us like this is support, right? This is not telling us that a buyer stepped in and moved the market higher. This is just telling us there was no supply down here. Nobody was willing to sell, and then the market moved higher off of that. So it's a weak low. It doesn't necessarily mean that the market is going to move lower today and fix that level. What it means, and how we'll view it, and how you should view these weak lows, is when the market comes back into this range, simply just sitting right here thinking, oh, last time this is where the profile ended, I'm going to buy right here, and expecting it to stop on a dime and move higher, is typically not a good idea, because most times that low will not hold. Um, so you don't want to get like a negative bias saying, oh, we're going to have to go fix that poor low, because that's just not realistic, right? It just means once we get down there that we've just got to pay attention again, because typically that low will break. And so what can happen is you have no supply down here. We moved higher, and now the buyers that were like sitting yesterday, like, oh, I want to buy, I want to buy, I want to buy, and they ended up buying up here, right? Got stuck out. If the market doesn't trade down to fix that poor low, that you could get that FOMO that pours in, and then all of a sudden they start buying it for 190 instead of 175, because they're like, oh shit, I just got to get it before 200. Right? So that's something that we definitely want to be aware of, or cognizant of, as the session goes on today, for sure. We're going to be opening up basically right at the settle, so we can expect a fairly neutral tick. We can expect the breadth to be fairly neutral. So we'll pay attention here to the sector boxes as we always do, and then we want to be aware of our VWAP, right, which is just above here at 41.95. For me today, to see some real upside, I'd like to see the market get above 215 for me to be kind of convinced of upside. Even up above 205 would be helpful. But I'm kind of expecting this today. We've got some news, but I'm kind of expecting a little bit of chop. We've got that ISM manufacturing prices and PMI coming out at 10. That's when I think maybe we'll get the real data, and that's in about half hour. We do have some manufacturing PMI at 9:45, but most of the news is coming out at 10. So that's really what we'll be focused on this morning. Morning, Nick. Morning, Roach. Missed you yesterday, Roach. Were you working? Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, other than that, we have about 2 minutes until the market opens up. Now's the time to finalize your plans, prepare for the session, and get ready to rock and roll. All right, there's our open. So we're back and forth across the open a couple times here already. See a big offer come in, 1,200 lots. And that 90. Like a pretty decent seller tried to come in right there. Some more selling here at the low. Look for the reoffer here. See that nice reoffer come in 87.75, but you still got stuck shorts here down on the low. So reoffer comes in 88, 87.75 again. Reoffer comes in again, 80 at the low. And they're trying to move this thing lower for sure. Just kind of struggling. The tempo's slowing down a little bit. See all the sector boxes kind of going red here. They're reoffering that 83.75 there. And stuck. Looks like.
Yeah, buyers are trying to come in now too, but they ain't getting them either. Now they are.
Took a long from the 84.5 right here. It's against the low.
Want to get back above the 85.
Yeah, it looks like this. They're still trying to offer it pretty good. Yeah.
Definitely got a buyer sitting there, but
Yeah, they're able to take him out.
yeah.
A decent offer. That 83 gets offered pretty well. Let's see if they get any continuation here.
Yeah, I'd watch 85. If we get back above that with a bid, puke them out.
I took another one, 82 now. Took it off right there, 83. Trying to get into a little position here. It looks like the selling's kind of slowing down, but I might just be a little early here, I think.
Yeah, it's tough to say. There's definitely a lot of selling, and they're not getting too far down. At 82.5, they got them.
Hello?
Bot got inputs, just letting you know.
Thoughts and puts?
Yeah, the bot got inputs. At one of the bots. I don't know if both of them are in yet. I'm actually away from the house. I had to drive. Oh, yep. Looks like the second one's in as well. Oh, no. No, I take that back. No, it's only one bot's in, but it's inputs.
Watch the pop. If this 83 or 83, 85 goes bid, you see 86 right here is kind of the weak spot. That goes bid, we might see a little bit of a pop. Let's see if buyers step up here. If buyers step up here, we could get a pretty decent move back up into like the 88s or 90s even. Offer's still coming in pretty strong right here. 83.75. You see it on the DOM, right? They're trying to reoffer it. You see the bid trying to step up there at 83.75, 84, 83 half. Definitely a decent battle here.
Second bot is in. Oddly enough, it's in a different set of puts, but it's still in puts. So both bots are in puts.
Let's see if they reoffer this 83 here. They need to hold it below 83 here. Or get a reoffer below 83. This thing's probably going back up. Very nice. So there's that 86 level, right? And you see bids trying to step up right here at that 86. So that's short covering for sure. People covering their shorts. And then we're looking for 88, 90 area. So not bad there. We got stopped out on the first one, got back in. 82. Little chop around. Decent move up here. Now some news coming out 9:45, 5 minutes. So just be careful here if you're in a play. High 87. Like I said, I think these sellers need to get. This is right where they need to get the offer. They need to start selling this thing below 83 if they want to get any downside. If not, then they're going to keep losing ground here.
Nasdaq's ripping up.
Yeah. Yeah, it touched the low and then said, no, thank you. Already back above its
Yeah.
open. Weak spot there. No bids showed up on that 85.50. That's weird. There they are. Look at that offer trying to come in this 85.50 here. Got over 1,000 lots coming in right there in those 3 ticks. Come on, only 3 contracts traded at 83.75. Sometimes you gotta pay to play. Hello? Hey. Good. Bye. There we go. Now, again, watch this 83. They need to sell this thing below 83 or else they're going to keep running into this same problem. This time they might have it here. We got news in 2 minutes. Yeah, they get it that time. Stuck again on 82. Not really seen any sizable offers yet. I mean, we saw the 182 half here. They got upticked a little bit. Everyone's probably just waiting. We got about 1 more minute. If you're in a position, just be careful here, right? The news could flush the low. Looking kind of heavy, except for the Nasdaq, where we're getting financials and consumer discretionary getting smacked down again for the 2nd day in a row. News is out. Look at those big offers just get upticked there. They got met with some demand too. Morning, Steve. Watch 84ish for the rebid. If there's no rebid there, then you probably go back up to test that 86 again. 88. Or I guess that high was 87. Decent offers coming in down here. Again on the 82. Stuck again on the 82. So yesterday they were kind of easily able to move the market lower by kind of offering every 5 points. And today it seems like they're having a little bit more trouble here, and they're having to offer almost every other point now. They offered the 84 pretty good. Now they're trying to offer the 82 pretty good. So maybe a little bit more demand today than yesterday. But we assumed, yesterday kind of that downside was more liquidation, and then the move back up to the upside was really just short covering. So not a ton of demand yesterday in this lower distribution. But we've got to assume that there's still some stuck shorts in this lower distribution that were unwilling to cover after yesterday's failure to break the A high. It does look like they're getting stuck again. Seeing tech turn red now. Weighted ADs flipped kind of red. Seeing the unweighted kind of carry us down, but healthcare is getting just hammered. Dow's getting hammered. The Nasdaq's just kind of flirting with its open right now. Can't decide if it wants to go up or down. And this is, we're getting pretty choppy price action here as we, keep going lower, which is kind of what we expected here. And then more news in about 10 minutes. Decent reoffer there on the 82. Let's see if they do it again. Nope. They did 84,
It's like
82. Now they're selling the 80. They're they're selling it every two points here, every other point.
looks like 75, 76 may have some short stuff from yesterday on it. I won't be buying it, but might get a little trouble there. Really, this whole zone has some short stuck in it.
Yeah, and then we've got this day from that we're talking about from the COT where you saw leverage funds get extremely short, right? It's hard to know if they got short here or short here. I'm guessing we'll just kind of average it out and we'll say basically right in the middle, which is about this 75 level. So we kind of expect them to start covering, and that's where we put in the poor low yesterday. So they weren't re-offering that same level that they were selling back from last Tuesday. So we probably kind of expect them to cover in this area as well. I love how the Apple Watch is like, why don't you stand up for 1 minute, you lazy fuck? You've been sitting down all morning. It's like, oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I'm trying the 79.5 level right here. You know about.
Got to break 83.5.
Yeah, I'm finger on the flat right here to try to get above this.
Yeah, I
Good
guess you
entry
got to break
levels.
82.5 first, right?
Yeah. Really got to get above
But
that
I'm
85
watching.
like you're talking about. 85, 86
Yeah,
is like the
85. Yeah.
ledge. But if we get above that 86, should trade to 90, honestly. So
Yeah.
that would be nice. Took one off at 83. 3 left. Oh shit, we got 2 minutes until news. Have to flatten this bad boy out.
Now they're trying out for 83.
Yeah, they didn't the first time down, so it makes sense they try to
No,
hold it.
I think they're going to get run over.
I hope so.
Although you got, what'd you say? You got news in a couple minutes.
Yeah, 10 a.m. that services or manufacturing PMI. It'd be a nice jolt up to 90, take me out, and then do whatever. Took another one off at 84 right here, just to not give it all back, and the rest I just have back at break even. Let it
Yeah,
ride.
because it's definitely counter trend.
Yeah, definitely counter trend trade. Yeah.
They offered 83 again.
I just have like the way that my eye works is like I'm for some reason have a lot easier time seeing trapped shorts than I do trapped longs. So I typically lean on the yeah.
Because you rather buy it. That's probably why, maybe.
Yeah, I'd rather buy it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Apple
There's
Watch.
probably some truth to that too. If you looked up stats, it probably does go up with trap shorts more than it. You know what I mean? More than you trap the longs, because over time the market usually goes up. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess you got to go by the day too. I like to go by the day. Like if it's really bearish, I wouldn't consider shorts to be trapped for too long anyway, because it's a bounce day.
Right.
If it's,
Like
you know what I
yesterday,
mean?
well, you weren't here yesterday, but yesterday we got, um, this is a nice move. I'm going to move my stop up to 84 now, guys. Um, yesterday we got I'm looking for 91, like I said. Um, yesterday we got like a move down initially. Well, actually, we got a move up, a little baby move up, and then we came back down through the open. But the breadth and everything was real negative. It was like over 3.0 to the on the NYSE, and then it was like almost a 2.0 on the Nasdaq. So then I was, then I'm not trying to buy trapped shorts, because if the overall market's really leaning down to the downside, I want to make sure that I'm not, that's just a recipe for disaster. And then we were kind of expecting the liquidation, and eventually it came. So, but like today, right? You've got the Nasdaq and the NYSE breadth basically flat. Yeah, they're red, but they're basically flat, and the advanced decline's also basically flat. So, this
Yeah,
is a day where you can kind of
yeah,
counter trade
definitely.
it.
And also, you said in the morning you expect the market to rotate back and forth. So you see
Yeah,
stuck shorts on the lows, you might as well buy them.
exactly.
That's what you're expecting.
Trade the plan. Yeah, Steve, if you have an Apple Watch, yeah, it'll like tell you, like the Apple Watch is like almost rude sometimes. Like the other day we were sitting at jujitsu, and my wife's watch goes off, and it's like, if you go for a 25-minute brisk walk, you can meet your exercise goal for the day. And it's like 25 minutes? God damn. Like, hey, why don't you fucking do something instead of just sitting here all goddamn day? It's like, Jesus Christ. I want to get that whoop that Joe Rogan has. Things seems a lot easier. It doesn't tell time, but it's a lot easier to track. Like, you can't wear your Apple Watch when you're training. It'll just get in the way. And I have the Apple Watch, like, I don't know, 4, the old one. I don't think any of the new ones really do anything different, to be honest, so I didn't upgrade. I only use it to tell time, so. Yeah, that's the thing that is annoying about the Whoop, is that it's a monthly subscription. Yeah, exactly. But the cool thing is like, you can, it's easy to wear all the time. So you could wear, and you can wear it like if you, let's say you're training jujitsu, it comes with like a girdle type thing, or like a spandex shorts that you can just toss it in, and it still tracks everything. Um, which is nice, because then you can get a lot of your sleep data. Because for me, like the way that I sleep like kind of with my hands underneath my head, and if I have a watch on, it's gonna be no good for me.
The best thing I ever did was buy when I was younger. Well, not younger. When I was younger, I wasn't. I started getting in good shape. Was a heart rate monitor. I used
Yeah,
that, and that was great. The other thing I used to do that got me in the greatest shape of my life was I used to run
trend.
1/2 mile intervals.
Oh, okay.
What's that?
I said trend.
Oh no, yeah. I wish I did. Yeah, no, I never used that. But no, best cardio. The best cardio I ever had was I was running 1/2 mile intervals. Like
Mm,
as hard as you can run, as long as you do it, you're not a go as hard as you can for 1/2 mile. Take take a minute or 30 seconds to do it, and do. I used to do like 5 or 6 and after a little bit of a warm up. Man, what fucking condition you got doing that? Real, I always make sure I do the 1/2 miles under 3 minutes. So they're like doing rounds, like running.
yeah.
And I got really, you can't do them every day. 2 to 3 times a week. 3 was a little much. 2 times. I used to overdo everything. I mean,
That's the American way.
yeah, you run 5 miles, then I'm doing 6, then I'm doing 7, then I'm doing 10. You know what I mean? And then
Why would I have a cheeseburger when I can have a double cheeseburger?
Yeah, if this is good for me, then same thing with the first time I ever took any shit was D-ball I gave, right? And
Mm.
he said take 5 a day, and I wasn't taking no test. You shouldn't do that, but I, young, 20, and I took 5 a day for a little while. Fucking wasn't doing much, I expected more. So I was taking 12 a day, and it was great. But then I just ran out of pills. I just went from 12 a day to fucking, but it didn't bother me, but I lost a muscle. But figure 5's good, 10's got to be better.
Right. Exactly.
It really was, though.
You know, so in the army we always had to run, you push up, sit ups, and then the 2 mile run. And I was on the combatives team for a couple years, and we never ran ever because we were always on the mats. So like we're always sparring pretty much, and like kickboxing basically every day. And eventually, like the program got shut down because there wasn't the funding for it, so we all had to go back to our regular units. And then like I ran the 2 mile in 6 minutes and like 36 seconds. Or no, 2 mile was in 12 minutes and 36 seconds. And it's the fastest I've ever ran it. And that's the only time I've ever run under a 13-minute 2 mile. And I hadn't ran in probably like 2 years. But just my cardio was so good just from training all the time. Because I fucking hate running. I just get so bored. I'm just like, oh goddamn, this is boring. And it really is like David Goggins. He's like, it's like mental toughness, especially running, because it's so fucking boring.
See, I wasn't. I never got. I love it. I wish I could do it. I used to like too when you're really in good shape and you catch a second wind. I used to be able to just basically sprint, not sprint, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
As long as you want. Once you catch that second wind, like I could just keep going and never just keep going. But
yeah, like my dad likes running too. He loves running. He'll just fucking like, oh, go for a run. My wife too. She loves running. Like, ugh.
Yeah.
Fucking. No, thank you. But I don't have like the frame. I'm not like a running frame. You know what I mean? I'm top heavy.
Yeah, you're a little thicker. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to do a run. I ran on the football stadium all the time, but I used to run around town once in a while, like hills and shit. And I used to do that. It was a 5 mile run. I used to do it in under 32 minutes. I always knew it was a good hard run.
See, I like ruck marching. Like I like walking like with a pack on, but that's because it's just
my body is made to run.
Yeah, you're like,
I have long legs. Yeah.
Yeah.
My body's made to punch because I have long arms.
I could punch. I got long arms.
Oh, you're off today, right? Yesterday was the last day. Pass the torch.
Yes, yeah. Pass the torch. Well, I haven't passed the torch, but they're gonna have me come back and train the guy who's gonna replace me, which I thought was nice. Oh yeah, and rather than have to write up cars to make money, they're gonna pay me what my average is for the last 3 months.
Thank you.
What did you say about me?
No,
which is nice.
You like to run.
Oh.
Yeah.
What are you talking about me?
Oh, my wife.
She's over here eavesdropping.
Yeah.
yeah.
Ear hustling is what we call that.
Margaret's got she hears like a fucking falcon. And hears shit from a mile away. She's like, what was that noise? Did you hear that? I'm like, no. Like, it was probably a fucking
it was a piece of cotton touching a piece of felt from...
You tell that guy day one, be like, all right, here's what you need to know about this job. One, you're never going to be as good as me. So let's get that straight.
You don't want to kill their happiness right out the gate. You want to, okay, here's what you got to do to get there. And if he starts doing some of the stuff that you teach him, then you teach him more, and then you teach him more. But when he stops learning, then it's like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I remember when we would train new recruiters, and some of them were just like, I don't know, I'm not gonna do it like that. And I'm like, do you see all these fucking plaques on my desk? Like, this is the
Yeah.
way.
Did you not figure out that this is what you got to do?
That was such an interesting job. Not that I didn't really enjoy it, but it's like you just had to be a hustler to get that job done. But you know what? A lot of people are afraid of? They're afraid of hearing no. And so they'd rather not ask or not
Right.
try because they don't want to get rejected or they don't want to hear no. Whereas like for me, I'll be walking through Walmart and I'll stop any person that looks qualified. Like, hey, have you ever thought about serving your country? No. Like, all right. Next.
No, meaning you haven't thought about it and you want to think about it.
Yeah, I'd get a lot of people with rebuttals all the time. I'm like,
Yeah,
well, what do you
shit.
do? Like, oh, I work at Foot Locker. Like, oh, you're gonna work there forever? Is it you work there for the discount? What's the deal here? Yeah, it's definitely different recruiting like in California too than compared to like fucking Alabama, where everyone's like, my great 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 grandfather was in the Civil War and I'm gonna defend America. Right, TJ?
Where do I sign?
Yeah. I'm just kidding. Is TJ in here? He's from Alabama. Yeah, the difference between a lot of American restaurants and a lot of overseas restaurants are the portions. Even at McDonald's, like you go to McDonald's and like in the United States, and they got rid of it now because of all the laws that got passed. But like, remember you used to be able to supersize your meal, and you'd get like a straight fucking liter of cola. Nice move up here. I covered everything at 90 quarter, but should have held. Getting that
Yeah,
continuation here.
I got out at 92.5.
Nice. Yeah, nice move up here. I got that meeting at 10:30, so I'll be off the mic for a little bit. Zero print at 92.5 here. What is this? 92.75. Just on the way up. So what you're looking for here, if they're going to get continuation to the upside, right? We got all this inventory down here. You've definitely got trap shorts here below this 82. So you're looking for them to defend this open. They should be buying here. We're seeing tech turn green, right? You're seeing the weighted AD look, real strong, especially compared to yesterday. We got consumer discretionary or communications, going green. You look, financials are barely red. Consumer discretionary barely red, and healthcare barely red. Industrials have flipped green. So you're seeing kind of a big turnaround in the broad market, right? The Dow's back above its open. NASDAQ, up towards its opening range high here from yesterday, or from the opening range low from yesterday, and it's high today. So it's hitting a little bit of resistance, but overall, you've got some decent movement here from the market, from the broad market. And typically when we get those reactions here, you start to get that move. And you kind of have that opening test drive look. We tested down below Globex low and ran into some buying and traded all the way back across the open. So if they're going to continue buying, you want to see them really just be buying above the open. And the Nasdaq's above its, well, it was above its Globex high. A pretty decent move there, should have held. Damn, that would have been nice. Well, and soon we're going to start to see the panic of all these shorts that covered down here, and they got their second opportunity and didn't cover again. And then what we're looking for is above this 98, right? That's that high right there, 98 something. Above that 98, we start to get close to basically the highest level that they could have added on that short position. And if it's not below that, there's better odds that they start to cover. And then above this A high, which is 0450, we should see like a real decent amount of short covering from up there. If it makes it up there, right? The 8. Here's it. They popped the open, yeah. Just looked like more of a liquidation than anything. Not really like they just kind of liquidated from the open. They kind of realized they weren't going to hold it and then hold it off. Poppers need to get really below 87 in order to get anything going, to be honest. Pretty decent offer trying to come in here, 90 half. Quarter. They're offering, trying to offer this 90 again too. I got it. This 86 is a big area, right? This is the level we talked about yesterday. It kind of divides the distributions. So you can imagine pretty much everyone below 86 from yesterday was stuck. And so we're starting to see a little bit of short covering here. Saw a nice reoffer come in at 90 though. So that would be if this bounces and can't get over 90 again, then we kind of expect it to come back down. If it bounces and gets over 90, we expect short covering and then back over the open there. All right, I'll be off the mic for a little bit, guys. Be back.
Is there more news coming out soon?
Let's see.
I don't think anything
At
significant.
11 o'clock. So at 8 o'clock, there's news, crude oil. And then at 11, well, I guess at 11 o'clock, there's crude oil, and 11:30, there's gas. And there's also 4 and 8 week bill auction. I don't know what that is.
Can you guys hear me there okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
I was on mute the whole while. I think Harker's speaking at 1 p.m. Eastern. Anybody else have that? FOMC member Harker? Still can't hear me. What the fuck?
I'm pretty sure I have that as well.
Oh, okay, you hear me. Okay. Sometimes this thing doesn't, my mute doesn't. It shows I'm muted and I'm not. It shows I'm not muted and I'm muted. So I don't know, but you heard me. Okay. Yeah, I have him at 1. Harker.
All right, I'm back. Like we got some nice movement, huh?
Yeah, it moves quite a bit. Keeps running up to that top and coming back down.
Yeah, see, this is one of those times where you like look back at your plan and you see you got filled 41.79 half, and we're at fucking 42.08. Should have just held the whole time. You're starting to see, like, look at the NYSE, like up over 1,000, Nasdaq's up over 1,000. We're having, pretty much everything kind of in agreement, moving higher at the same time. Yeah, this is nice. Yeah, that sucks. I closed my last long at 99.75 because I had to get on that fucking meeting. You got a long above 90? Nice, that's good. Yeah, Harker's at 1 p.m. Well, Dad, you look like you're doing pretty well today, huh?
I'm out walking Jack right now. I had to walk away from the computer for a minute because
Why?
I got
What
a little
happened?
frustrated. I got into a short and then I was in profit and I was like, oh, I should just take profit here. And then I got a call and then I didn't get out. So then I had to average in and then get out,
Where were you
which
short
I
at?
shouldn't have done. I think I got in at 42. I'd have to look, but I think I got in at 42.04 and it came back down to 4,200.
Mm.
And I wanted to get out right there. And then I got a call, which blocked my get out. So then I fucking killed the call and went back in and it was already back to 42.04. And then it went up to 42.06 and I got in again and then it went down to 42.03. And so then I bailed. Not a good deal, but trading on your phone, not as easy.
Yeah, definitely not. It
Unless
looks
you
like the
unless you block all
P&L
calls and stuff
is
like
looking
that.
pretty good though.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just slowly coming up again. Patience.
Yeah, we got nice, strong weighted AD. All the sectors are looking green. Tick is pretty firm. Breath is pretty firm. Things looking pretty decent here. Yeah, 90 to 02 though. That's a good trade, dope. How long until we got 10 minutes until E period? We just peaked inside this value from the previous day, the 30th. Is that Tuesday? Yeah.
NASDAQ appears to be coming down. Not hard or anything, but maybe it's just a retrace.
Little offer coming in there around like the 9. Yeah, if we can get above that 15, I am kind of expecting a pretty decent sized move up too, to be honest with you. We've got about 7 minutes until this next period opens up. So if we open up with more singles, you're going to get kind of that indication that possible trend day is starting to appear, and then you're going to want to, if you have been running some fades, it would be advantageous maybe to back off on them. So far right now, 12 is looking like resistance. $12 to 15. Offer kind of sitting up here at 10. 10 quarters, 200 lots. So if you took a long like right here from like 8 or so, as we're coming back into this 12, this is kind of the spot where you're really kind of, making that decision on whether or not to cover here. You're still getting a pretty decent bid, as you can see, right? The offer's coming back in around 12, so 12 still acting as a bit of resistance, but it's looking like the offers are kind of rolling back here to that 15 still. So it's looking pretty good. And then you expect 4 more minutes, unless they rip this thing back down into the C range, we're going to be opening up on another set of single prints, and then like I said, we're getting that kind of trend day feel here. We like that. Weak spot here is like 10, where we got some short covering from 10. All the shorts I got trapped down below in like the 4-3 area. Looks like they covered a little bit 10, reoffered 12. A pop of 12, especially you're starting to get a decent offer coming in this 12. If this 12 starts to cover, we should head straight to that 15. Everything's looking pretty strong, guys. That's starting to pick up. Few minutes. Starting to see some short covering already here. Apple's on a tear to the upside. This fresh yearly highs for Apple. Apple's almost back at all-time highs, to be honest. Like, that's crazy.
Nasdaq is still, it's actually, well, I guess it's just dropping down to the upper band of the view up. It was actually above it. So it might still be pushing. And that ES is above its upper band of view up as well.
So we open up with some more single prints here. So let's see what they've got. If they can close them, then we can kind of expect is maybe just a short-term push. Maybe a little market becomes a little bit more rotational. They can't close these single prints. We can kind of assume a trend day starting to form, and any shorts should be exited immediately. More shorts get stuck here on the 12 again. So they try to reoffer that 12 there. See this? 300 lots come in.
Okay, the tick is super positive all
Yeah.
day.
We're printing 2 TPOs inside the value from Tuesday as well, and typically that's showing acceptance. You know, we just opened it, so it's not necessarily, but if we close inside value, if E period closes inside yesterday's value, that'd be a little bit more confirmation there. I gotta go to the store and buy this liquid IV shit. More sellers trying to come in around this 12 level again.
Thinking maybe moving that to right here.
How many sold on that top tick?
Like 150. So we can go ahead and get rid of this settle. Virgin settle, it's gone now. So as we come into the point of control, right, we're inside value, but you really look at like kind of the meat of the volume. And if we were to extend this range here, and you know what we'll do is we'll just box it in here. Kind of the meat of the volume. What we expect here is the market to slow down a little bit, right? And that's typically because where we have this previous value, we get back into it, and the market will typically slow down and allow for more business to be conducted, right? If we were to just speed through it, it would just show that the prices have already been traded enough, and that would be even more bullish in this case since we are trading higher. But we can kind of expect a little bit of rotation in this range. So if you are long and we start to get a little bit of rotation, try not to get spooked out, right? You still have intraday trap shorts, a couple of sets, I would say 3 sets below us to kind of lean on as well. But that this area above this area, this 20 area, and what Roach was saying, what was Roach's level earlier? 24, yeah, so that makes sense as well because there's a little volume nodule up there above that level, right? We can kind of expect some short covering to really kind of pile in here and get the juices rolling. I only got one lot left on 8 level 2, so I'm trying to trail it as nice as I can. Excuse me.
I will have to go through this order. Okay. All right. Yeah. Did you know they were coming today, babe?
Your mic's on, Dan.
Oh, sorry. So what I'm kind of looking at on this is because you're at the value area high of May 21st, you're coming up on the value area high of May 26th, and then you'd be hitting the value area high of May 30th. Is this just positioning? You know, is this just is it going to build value up here, or do you think that because it's such a slim strip that goes up, kind of like buying is drying out?
Yeah, like I expect the market to slow down up here. But unless we get like a closure of the single prints below, which would take us outside of value from the 30th, I kind of expect us to kind of bounce around. And depending upon the amount of time we spend inside this previous day's value would kind of indicate if buying is shutting off. So like Typically, if we get 4 TPOs wide at a certain area, then the trend is kind of over, right? We can kind of assume today's a trend day so far. And we're seeing an increase in the advanced decline, an increase in the breadth, right? An increase in the weighted AD, an increase in the sector boxes, an increase in price. And so as we start to spend more time up here, right? Let's say we just hang out in this area for the next 20 minutes and we get the next period opening up, then we have 3 TPOs moving higher. So then we're also getting the TPOC to move up higher, which would then indicate value moving higher, right? 4190s where we have our 3 TPOs wide. Then we'd have 3 TPOs wide up higher. So we'd be kind of showing acceptance back inside this previous day's value. And then, theoretically or technically, but according to the book, we should trade up to that 24 area, 22, 24 area. And then from there, it's just a matter of, kind of finding out if there's a seller available. Like I said, I think the moves down were mostly liquidation, right? The day kind of looked like a B shape, especially with, both days having a recovery towards the end. So it more looked like profit taking. And so that's really what we want to look for. Like if you remember, pull over this daily chart, back on the ES. For a while, we were talking about this 4170 level, right? And every time we got up to the 4170 level, it seemed like the market sold off, right? We were getting all this profit taking above that 4170, and then they'd sell off, 4170, sell off, 4170, sell off. And then now that we've kind of popped it, retested it, this time it really didn't sell off till a little bit higher. So we're selling off around this 220 level. So as we get close to that 220 level, that's where we're kind of going to look for liquidation. So look to see if we get, one, a slowdown in buying, and then two, if we start to see some increased offering, right, and they start to sell, and then what that will be indicated by is an increase in tempo, right? Since as we've been up here near this previous point of control, we've really slowed down. Like we've traded the last 10 minutes from 12 to 16. So we're in a 4-point range for the last 10 minutes. And then for the last 20 minutes, we've been from 11 to 16. So you're in a 5-point range. So the market has really slowed down here. And if that, if you start to see a rise in tempo or an increase in tempo where we start to all of a sudden get a wider range in a quicker amount of time, then that would kind of key us in on, okay, there's something that's changing here. Are they getting ready to liquidate, or are they taking profit? And then we definitely want to pay attention to the excess if we get, on the profile, if we start to develop some excess here at the high, right? The next period opens up and then we don't make a new high. That's going to be a key thing that we definitely want to continue to pay attention to. But so far, we're one time framing up and we've made a high in every period. And so we really don't want to abandon the idea that the market's going to continue to the upside until we start to see some change. Because what can happen is you're like, oh, well, this looks like it's slowing down. And that's what happens to a lot of people, right? A lot of people, the market's moved up and they're like, I'm going to sell here because it's the market's getting weak because it's not going up. Well, we know the value area is typically the market does slow down in value because that's where all the business is being conducted. So it's a lot thicker up here. And so the people will hold the market here in order to conduct the business. And so if we start to see some significant change, like I said, if we open the new period and it doesn't take this high, well, that would indicate some type of change. But until that happens, we really don't want to start being like, oh, I'm going to sell here because it's going to go down and going to close all these single prints. When we're seeing, these are almost 1,500 each. The breadth is still increasing. We've got 4-1 on the NYSE, 2-1 on the NASDAQ. Weighted AD is still making a high. The tick relatively, since 11 o'clock hasn't even printed a negative tick, right? everything is still sloping up. Besides utilities, even all of our sector boxes are pretty much green, right? Consumer staples are risk off anyways, so not as important. But what can happen a lot of times is, especially, more inexperienced or retail traders, right? They will short from here or get short in this area, and maybe it does roll over, and then they're a genius, right? But they're really taking high risk trade, right? Or higher risk trade, because the odds are definitely favoring the upside. Right? It's like at this point, we've got a hard 19, and the dealer's showing a 9. Do you hit, or do you just stay and hope that the undercard for the dealer is not a 10? What's the safer play there?
Yeah, you don't hit.
You don't hit, exactly. That's not. So, there'll be a time to hit, maybe, but right now we're just not there yet. And so, if anything, if you're not in a position,
Kind of what I see is that if we're going to sit here in this area right here, I would wait for us to go. Let me just look at my computer, because I was looking at it as it just seemed like it slowed down, but it seemed like buying got thin. So and you're saying it's slowing down to let everyone else catch up. But what I was thinking is that if it stayed in this area here, because you've got and now we're at the value area high of May 26. So I would think, because we just boosted up from the value area high of May 15th, so then maybe we'll test up this 423, and if they hold it to there, then you're above the excess of, you're into the excess where buying dries out, which would be a fairly decent place to short, but you'd have to put your stop at no higher than, like, if you went in at 424, maybe 430, and then shoot to go back down to the 4200.
So here's the thing, though. Like, what you want to see, you don't really. I mean, for me, I'm not really looking to kind of blindly short that area. What I'm more looking to see is if we get up in that area, right? And that's why we have zones. So if you have this area here around this 24, we get up here, and then all of a sudden you start to see the tick get below 0, right? Okay, well, there must be some selling up here, because we haven't seen that, since 11, or since 10:45, 11 o'clock. Well, 11 o'clock is C period, right? 9:30, 10, 11. So basically, since here, we haven't really seen any selling. So if there is some selling that starts to come in on the tick, which is the fastest indicator, right? It's literally showing upticks versus downticks in the market, and that bring us back down into this D period, and kind of negate a lot of this buying that's been going on, then that would be, an advantageous time to take that opportunity. I think you definitely want to remember that this B high from this previous day was mechanical, and I think the selling, and that's why I was saying, was more liquidation than an actual selling. And typically we don't really consider excess that's made during initial balance actual excess, because this is just day time frame traders, right? That typically trade inside the initial balance. If there was a strong seller, typically we'd have excess outside of initial balance, kind of like we had here. And so I think that if you're looking for that, in between that 20 and 30 would probably be the better spot. But then again, you also want to be paying attention to everything else in the market. And like I said, are you starting to see some sort of change? And the first sign of that change would be getting, lower high on the tick, like we have here, right? We're getting a little bit of a lower high. And so we get a little bit of a lower high. Now can they start to print a couple ticks down here below, right? We've seen the breadth come back down a little bit from 4 to 3.5, but you also had the NASDAQ go from 2 to 2.3. So now you're seeing a little bit of rotation back into tech. I mean, there's just a lot of things telling you not to short right now.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. It's not. I'm not. I guess I'm not saying I'm going to take a short, but I'm saying that that's when I was initially looking at it, making our plan earlier. If I was going to short, I mean, obviously you want to take into account for what's happening at that moment. But
Right.
if you don't have a plan, then I wouldn't be looking at this at all. I'd be blindly taking shorts and longs wherever. But I'm looking at this as something that could possibly be an area that I want to get short at, but it's also going to be based upon the temperature of what's going on.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and as long as you just maintain that mindset that like you'd like to short this area, but you don't have to, then you're good to go.
Yeah. Well, I'm on board with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not specifically saying you. I'm saying it for the people in the back. Like, I'm just saying it so it really gets it across for everyone to kind of be thinking in that same aspect.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Like a day like today when you don't want to be shorting. I mean, you can do whatever you want. In my opinion, you shouldn't be shorting. A good way to trade it is to look at where would you want to get short. Like this is a level normally on my old me would want to be shorting. But instead of shorting it, what I would do, well, I already did. I wait for everybody else to short it, get run over, and then I get long because it's going to hold its support. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean,
Use their stops for exactly.
It's a good mindset to have. In other words, think about where would I normally be shorting this, and then watch what happens. And sometimes it will work. Whatever. Wait for it, and then even getting along the long side, instead of buying it up here, I won't be buying it this way either, other than scalps. I buy some scalps, but if you want to get long, wait for it to come down and trap some shorts. Wait for everybody to start thinking, ooh, it's coming down. Shorts are going to pile in. It breaks a level, more shorts might pile in, and then they get their and then maybe grab it there if you don't want to buy it. I mean, it's just a good mindset. It's not always going to work, but something to think about. Because that's a problem. I had a huge problem. I don't want to buy it because it's too high. Oh, I might as well short it. And then I just short it again. Short it again. You end up losing money on the day. And all I had to do was like, you know what I mean? I used to do that all the time, which I think is pretty common for most.
Oh, me too. And it's because nobody ever talks about the third option, right? Doing nothing.
Doing nothing. Yeah.
Like they're like, oh, I'm a trader. I have to be. Is the market going up or down? Right, and that's it. That's all they think about, and it's like, you can just sit there and do nothing. That's what I was saying. Like, I'm going to write a book, and the title of my book is going to be How I Got Rich Doing Nothing. Right, just staying patient, and until the market gave me, what I was looking for, and until then, you do nothing. If I was going to short, I would short above 34. Right, and then because then you can at least use that that previous high, as a stop. So you're looking at a 4 or 5 point stop, and that gives you opportunity there. But on a day like today, when I'm looking to get short, or if I'm looking to get short, I'm looking later in the day. I want to let this, start to see some momentum, and what you'd like to see too. A lot of times when we start to get this reversal, we see like a big spike up, and then it comes down a couple points and never goes back up there, right? Because as soon as that breakout happens, everyone is over here just clicking in long, and then it never comes back up there, and you just see a bunch of trapped inventory up here, and then that's what you're trading against. And so then like, okay, well, if it gets back up there, these guys are going to get free. If we start to see offers come back in, well, then I can sell it from there. or I can sell it below there and just hope that it stays down. And typically later in the day, right, or as we get closer to the New York lunch at 12:30 in about 30 minutes, you get these people that are like, you know what, I've ran the market up here. What are we up? 30, 40 points, and that's good enough for me for today. I'm out of here. They're like, hey Billy, don't fuck this up, right? And they just leave for the day. Which is kind of what I'm about to do, because I'm about to go get some lunch. But I don't have a Billy to fucking manage my trades.
Billy would probably fuck it up anyway.
See if it holds back above this 20, we'll probably go to 25. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think we'll probably end up going to this B high. It was a mechanical high. It was literally sold off right off of the open, so I'm assuming that's the target there.
Oh yeah, we could go way higher. I just mean shorter time. But yeah, we could keep.
I know a lot of you guys weren't around later in the session, but Nikki asked a really good question yesterday on like how to determine liquidation versus like new money selling and stuff. And so, you know, if some of you guys are just kind of watching or just hanging out, right? Most of the people that are talking are like me, my dad, my uncle, and Roach. You know, don't feel like if you ask a question, you know, someone's gonna be like, "Hey, you're a fucking idiot. That's a stupid question." Um, you know, it's better to ask the question than to just sit there and try to, you know, understand it yourself. You have the resources here. You have people that have experience. You know, that's what this for me was all about, was building a team of traders, not, you know, not I'm not here to like try to belittle anyone or tell people that I'm smarter than them. That doesn't do me any good.
What was your answer? I'd like to hear it. I could learn that.
So we were talking about yesterday and how we were saying that this was more liquidation early on, and then we got the short covering later in the day. But the way that I look at how I determine if it's more of a liquidation than actual new money selling is really if we get these volume nodules kind of continuing. And so we broke it down yesterday, but we got decent volume here early, off of the open, right? That a lot of people sold off of the open. So you kind of have that mechanical level, and it's just a reference, right? It doesn't necessarily have to trade back up there. Just like this previous day, we sold off the open. Next day, we traded lower. We move down, get some more selling, right? We got some more selling off that 85. We move lower. And then we start to spend a bunch of time. We get all this volume kind of shifting down, and yet price isn't really making a new low, right? And then we start to have this B shape start to form. And, you know, book answer tells us that that's an indication of liquidation. So, of course, we kind of assume that. But then, you know, then we start to put in a poor low, and then really starts to kind of key us in on that there is no new selling going on down here. And then it starts to tell us the increasing odds are, you know, kind of coming up. Whereas if we're having new money buying, and we can switch to today for kind of a perfect example, right? We have this volume come in, market moves up, more volume comes in, market moves up, more volume comes in, market moves up, more volume comes in, market moves up. And so now what we're looking for is really any volume kind of above this high here to give us that indication that buyers are moving up, right? We're getting progressively less. But if this were just short covering, let's say in the reverse, like how we're talking about liquidation, then most likely what would happen is we would just get a profile that looked like this. So let's kind of do the same profile, but we would have started to, maybe form this P shape here instead of getting just basic continuation above every previous high here. And so we can kind of assume that today we ran into some buying, and it could be, it's really like we were saying, like a half a dozen, whatever that saying is, you know what I mean? 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other.
Yeah.
There's no way to know for sure, right? We know that. But those are kind of the key things that the profile keys us in on and lets us know, like, okay, this is probably what's happening. I mean, what were we in? We were in D period, where we said, like, if this thing makes another high, all shorts should be closed. And then here we are, up another 15 handles. So if you were holding on to that short from there, you're paying the piper now. And so, like, those, and it was those kind of things that were kind of keying us in. And then also we use other things, right? Like we use the weighted AD, we use the breadth, the advanced decline, the secondary rotation to help us kind of key in on that. But a lot of this information can be articulated, just from a deep understanding of the profile. And if you remember on Tuesday, when we did get this move lower, we were talking about this kind of continuation of nice. Your bitch ass up to 34. We were talking about that continuation, that we kind of expected a little bit more continuation to the downside because we were getting a breadth that was a 3 to 1 on the NYSE and a 2 to 1 on the NASDAQ. So maybe not some extreme move, and the range was only 38 points, so nothing relatively too crazy, but we were kind of expecting a more liquidation. And then even when this market put in excess, right, if we split the profile here, right, you get kind of this move lower, you get these mechanical highs, so you kind of assume that we've got some intraday shorts kind of controlling the day, selling the market down, and then the end of the day ends as a P shape. So these shorts that had been controlling the day more than likely might have ran into a buyer, but then covered their shorts to end the session out. And then, the next day we kind of opened lower and then got that liquidation, but the liquidation wasn't met by new money selling. So just keep the market taking care of old business, covers back up. And then, today you get kind of a continuation of short covering combined with new money buying. And so far, that's kind of what we've got going here.
Yeah. That makes sense. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. Kind of similar to what I would determine, like more or less on a shorter term. If it dumps real quick, just straight down, and then it recovers real quick. Not real quick, but because recovers back up, it's probably liquidation. If it, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
it goes down and if they're trapping longs on the way down, they're probably sellers. Sticking it to them. Probably not liquidating. They're probably, you know what I mean. They go down a little volume and trap some sellers or trap some buyers and go down again. You know what I mean? Kind of like today, but a little bit. Yeah.
And they can do it like on these shorter terms, right? And that's how buyers are able to kind of continue moving the market to the upside, right? Today we've gotten some counter moves, right? Especially if you look like on like your Renko chart or your range bar chart or something like that. But you can see, I mean, it's not like this bar opened and just went straight up. You got a little bit. Oh, what's the deal here? This bar opened, came down a little bit, moved higher, This bar opened, came down a little bit, moved higher. This bar opened, hasn't really come down. It came down 2 ticks, moved a little bit higher, but is now coming down. You get, if you're long here, right, and you move the market up to here, all of a sudden you liquidate, right? Typically everyone is, especially the retail crowd, for some reason they want to counter trade, and it's a psychology thing, I think, because they want to be right. And so longs that are long will liquidate their positions, and that will move the market down, right? And what happens is these sellers that have been waiting to sell, they're like, oh yes, here it comes, and they pile in. Well, who's down there? The same guy that bought it here. And he's like, yep. He's like, if I know I can buy it, for a couple bucks off, why would I pay $204 when I could pay $200? Right? Buys it up. And then obviously the strength here, not paying attention, retail crowd, typically weaker handed traders, they move the market up. And then the same thing happens here. Market comes down a little bit, people pile in the short, they get stuck, market moves up on their stops. And this time over this 15, you have stops from, probably this day, and then also these people, and then now we're getting above this value area high, kind of got that little spike up, basically in line with this high here. So seems relatively mechanical, people selling a previous swing high. Doesn't seem like a super strong high, but if we start to make a lower low, or let's say we just hang out here and this is the entire range for this period, next period opens up, doesn't make a higher high but makes a lower low, well, now we have change. And then you look to see if these longs that were long liquidate, and what they can do is they can liquidate down, right? And if these single prints don't close, because we assume we have trapped inventory below, so you have buyers coming in from there, and then you have actual buyers, right? Old business buyers coming in from there, and new buyers coming in because we can't close inventory. You get that move higher, and they use people's stops to move the market higher. And you could even be the same person, right? The same person selling these 25s can be the same person buying 20s, right? Because they know people don't want to buy the high, so they put a little offers up there, sell some 25s, maybe sell 500 25s, but they buy 1,300 21s, right? I mean, there's all kinds of ways that big money does, things like that.
Yeah, and they're selling them 25s for a profit. They might be selling them 25s from, 10 points below, so
Exactly.
So it makes sense. Take some profits, move the market down, reload.
Exactly. Reload. Yep. That's the best way to put it. Even if it's a stupid question, it's more stupid to not ask. Yeah, Alex, exactly. Yeah.
Don't ask me no stupid questions.
Mm-hmm.
Just kidding.
You know what they say? There's no such thing as a stupid question, just stupid people asking questions.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you say that one before. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my line.
I heard that from my dad. Yeah. I've heard it from my
Yeah.
dad.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
I don't know where I learned that at a training meeting from, I think his name is Rick Groffo. He's like the best door-to-door salesman ever. And I went to this training in San Francisco, and he stood up like at the very beginning of this training. This guy goes worldwide. This training costs like $1,000. My owner paid for me to go. And he stands up with $100 bill and he says, "Who wants this $100 bill?" And everybody raises their hand. And then he says, "Who's willing to do whatever it takes to get this $100 bill?" I got up out of my seat, went and took the $100 bill out of his hand. I didn't. And he was like, "Now this guy is going to get it done." And I was like, "Oh yeah, there we go."
That's that bold personality.
Order is for you, not for me.
I like, I say to my wife, if I do something like, say I'm getting dressed or getting up, like I don't go nowhere. So if I start moving around getting dressed, my wife will be like, "Where are you going?" I'll say, "I didn't tell you," and she'll say, "No." I'll say, "Maybe it's none of your fucking business."
I'm
I
gonna
like
do
that.
that. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, I like
I
that.
heard I think it was a comedian I heard sing that, or someone one time. I heard him. It was funny.
That sounds
Oh, I
like
didn't tell you where I was going.
sounds like Bill Burr.
Yeah, it
You're
wasn't.
still married, right?
Wouldn't have been him. What's that?
You still married, mate?
Yeah, yeah. 25
Well,
years.
she gets that sense of humor. She goes, "Oh, okay,
Oh
I got
yeah,
that."
yeah.
Yo,
Thank
you wait, motherfucker. I got your comment coming.
God. Yeah, no,
You-
geez.
What's
Oh,
for
geez.
dinner? I don't know. Did you go buy anything or something like that? You know, it's gonna be a good one though.
Have you ever seen? There's like it's like a little video, and it's an English couple, and the wife goes, "Hey, do you want dinner?" And he goes, "What are the choices?" And she goes, "Yes or."
I think I saw that. Yeah,
What are the choices? Shit. Shoot, I don't even ask. I do ask what's for dinner, but only so that I can be like excited or I can go, oh, I'll hear my wife in the background. I do. What are you talking about? I
You
don't
don't
know.
have to go to the stove and dish it out.
I always ask you in the afternoon.
All right, I'm gonna head out and grab some lunch, and I gotta head to the store and grab some things, but I'll be back.
All right, you're gonna leave your thing on.
Yeah, yeah, I'll leave everything on.
All right. See you in a little bit.
See ya.
yeah, but
That's a funny one, Roach. Yes or
yeah,
fucking
that's
no.
it's perfect for me because I'm a wise. Oh, it's a good one.
Guy, this tick is just not going negative.
No, we're pretty
Just
strong.
stagnant.
Catch everyone tomorrow. I'm going to call it a day. Enjoy.
Later. Have a great day. So Harker, I think his name is, he speaks at the top of the hour, right? I'm gonna say yes. I have it written down. That's what it looks like. To answer your question, Soaked. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. So right there, you can see that there's a difference between the ask volume and the bid volume, and that usually means that there was a lot of sellers right there. I'm pretty sure that's what that means. There was a lot of sellers because sellers would come in and well, in that case, it was a liquidation, and that might be the reason why there's such a difference between the two, because a liquidation would just come in and basically pick up all the orders at the bid in a relatively quick fashion. He was saying, so Doped asked, what does the DOM say? Are we getting bid or offers or bids? So I guess I would say that would look like an offer, but at the same time, you can't. I mean, I can't. I guess Brad can tell you definitively, but it looks like that there was somebody who jumped on that liquidation and then just dumped a whole bunch in there, and so everybody was picking them up as it was going down. So all the bids got bought up really fast.
Right. What's going on, guys?
What's up, Brad? Oh, hey, Doped asked a question. He said, what does the DOM say? Are there sellers or bid or offers or bids? He was asking about, this is a while back, but yeah. I saw all of the orders, like you can see right there in the, I don't know, 27 to 26 range. There's more on the bid than on the ask. Does that mean that it's anyway?
You're talking about this right here?
Oh, over on the bid and the ask on the right side.
Oh, on
So
the
you
right
can
side.
see that right there, the 27 to 26 to 27, there's more on the bid side than on the ask side, which means like somebody came in, liquidated, and then of course and he picked up all the, but it still pushed down through it. So that's what that seemed like that would be an offer. Well, I don't know. I guess that's the question.
It just shows that like sellers are being a little bit more aggressive up here. Yeah. We get this mechanical level now. This GHI low is pretty mechanical. So, when did I open up? About 10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
And so the key here will be to see if we get a cessation of one time framing. We do have excess on the high, and so if we get a cessation of one time framing, are we going to close these singles, or is there going to be some inventory getting bought back here? I mean, we just have like, I mean, single principal all the way down to so 50-point range today.
Yeah, that's
And we
a
have
pretty big.
mechanical eye high as well.
I have to jump to a meeting. I apologize, but I'll chat more when I get back.
All right, sounds good. We're definitely starting to see some inventory stack above as well. Up here on the 30, there's actually 666 lots, Mark of the Beast. You guys are looking 42.12. A little bit lower there. Just pay attention here, like if this I high gets taken over the H half back, if you get that continuation from there. And more mechanical selling coming in right here at this 26 quarter. Yeah, the ticks they're all getting green. And a decent offer gets stuck there, and a bid steps up on the backside of him. So now that you're back over that, I mean, here's the H open, so maybe some mechanical sellers there, but you're going to be looking at this ledge here at 28. See a lot of volume kind of shut off after that. And then really you want to see it at the H high. Is the market able to continue to make an a new high? And that would just kind of indicate that, you know, short time frame traders have taken over control after a bunch of trapped inventory, right? You get this triple mechanical low here. If they're able to make a new high, they're showing that they're in charge here, and that could be a sign of day time frame traders kind of flipping the book and saying, you know what, I've been selling it, hasn't been working, I'm buying it now. But with this triple low here, it's kind of showing us that basically, well, one, there's probably trapped inventory here at this like 23-ish area, and two, that there's so many people intraday stuck short that they're covering as soon as they get any downside move. What it looks like. Is there another Fed speaker on? Yeah. You're doing what?
I need a goal.
Oh.
My goal to graduate. Like, oh,
Yeah, I killed it earlier. So watch to see if bids are stepping up right here. See a bid here in 28 a quarter, but let's see. So now we'll make a new high here. You just look for continuation. You see all the selling coming in 30 quarter. That's going to be covering here. I mean, look how weak the offer was here. You got 1, 2, 3 on the way up to 30. You get a decent offer coming in on the 30 quarter, but no real move down lower. And there's only, I mean, it's crazy. There's 6 contracts traded here. That's pretty much nothing. And there's really no liquidity above. So really no resistance. So next level up is going to be this B high here. We could mark it too, so we know where it's at. $33. If they're gonna offer this thing, they need to get it offer underneath 28 to get lower. Decent buyer trapped on the high here. 765. So you got those momentum buyers buying the breakout of the H high. But like I said, you need to see an offer really below 28 in order for this guy up here to capitulate. Start to kind of bail on that position. I'm assuming that's, you know, a breakout buy there. Not really seeing any big offers come in there. If anything, you're seeing buying step up.
It's not looking like it's actually gonna head back down.
No, I don't think so.
Nope, I think you are right.
Too much intraday trap shorts, I think. A lot of people have been looking for a short all day and just been getting fucking punished and haven't learned their lesson yet.
Yeah, oh, I'm sure. I'm sure that's the majority of what's happening. So what were you saying earlier? I saw you pointing at the B high from Thursday, or Tuesday.
Oh,
I
this
think it's
this 33 level, I think that's the next target. That B high it was a mechanical high, so this liquidation or that selling came right off of the open, typically telling us that it's weak selling. So, you know, that seems like an area that they'd have to correct. So they'd have to trade above it to see if the seller that was there, oops, stupid. The seller was basically like here from like 34 half to this like 32.75. It would have to trade above that to either reconfirm that this is going to be a lasting level or for this person to just kind of finally capitulate and get out of the way.
got it. And that's at 33.
Yeah, 33, 34.
Okay. All right.
This J period opens with some more single prints. So if they fail to close these single prints, then we're probably looking closer to, and now you're starting to see some inventory come in overhead. Look for a mechanical J low here. If this ends right at the H high, this might be a buy. But you're starting to see some inventory actually come up above 35, 33. This is just kind of hitting the tape. 33, 34, 35 now. So now with one tick of excess, you kind of have that poor high look. And that's not really a strong look from buyers there. See a pretty decent offer came in at the high. For downside, like we said, they need it offer below 28. Coming into that ledge, which was 28. Looks like it's stuck short there on the 28. See the offer coming in 28 quarter there. Let's go back to the up. Big orders traded on this 30, so they're gonna have to reclaim this 30 here. But it looks like the bid is still trying to come in. Then you run into that offer from like 30 to 31. See, 100 lots. Nice. Ed Harker says, I think we should at least skip raising rates in June. That's bullish. Jesus, this is slow. longer we hang out above the 30, the better the odds are that we just keep moving higher here. I got that liquid IV stuff. It's actually pretty good.
I don't know why it's so fucking hard to unmute this fucking thing.
What's that?
Coach didn't sound happy. Hey,
Mhm.
what flavor did you get?
I can't remember. It's like the purple kind.
Strawberry.
No,
How
not
about now?
Not strawberry. Yeah, we could hear you.
Oh, purple.
Let me see what kind it is.
With this fucking thing. What the?
We could hear
Is,
you,
your,
Roach.
is it?
Now? You can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
Now? I don't think you can hear me the whole while.
Oh, probably not.
It
Well, we
fucking
heard- we
mutes
heard-
and unmutes. It mutes and unmutes and mutes. I don't know how to fucking. I don't know.
It's passion fruit. Uncle Stacy, I got passion fruit.
Oh, okay.
It's good. I weighed 188 yesterday, so I got to be 185 for 24th of this month, so I should be good.
What's up? On you. I'm gonna smash the fucking thing.
You're not on mute right now. We can hear you.
Are you gonna give me a haircut later or not?
You want a haircut?
Yeah. I have a meeting now.
All right, I'll give you a haircut.
And then I'll go swimming after.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Roach, you know you're not on mute?
Maybe I'll twist your neck. If I twist your neck, you won't be able to.
Hey, Roach, you know you're not on mute?
You now, right?
Yes. We can hear you.
Could anybody hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me, all right? Yeah, I heard you, Stace. Tell me I was off mute. And I'm looking at the thing. It says I'm on mute. So I hit it, and then I went off. It's
Yeah, I don't know.
Discord. The in the other one we used to use, it worked good, but in Discord here, I have a ton of trouble trying to unmute for some
Well,
reason.
part of it is the fact that it's not always knowing which device you're trying to unmute. Because it sometimes it tries to like change to different devices. Like if you use a headset or you switch to the computer, it like tries to know, oh, hey, he's trying to use the computer. And so sometimes it'll change it and it'll do a little pop-up and say, hey, do you want us to change your input and output device? And
Oh yeah.
I don't know how often you change, but I get that message often. So anyway, just let you know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's either Discord or it's this little. I have a small like a tablet. It's not like Samsung, so that could be. I don't know. Maybe that's
Got
one
it.
or the other. Just
I'm headed into a meeting.
like
I'll be back.
okay, sorry, but
I just think a lot of people are probably taking profit there, or you know, that's kind of like a mechanical level that they've sold before. So, I mean, you're not seeing a ton of reoffering. A little bit here. You're seeing a lot of volume come in, and it kind of just dries up. Only 37 contracts at the high. Typically, that's not really enough to be done, right? I'd like to see like 100, maybe like 150 or something. You know, like if we look at the bottom, I think the bottom we actually had unfinished auction this morning. We had 211 on the bottom, so finished auction on the low. So I'd like to see them at least get the opportunity to buy there. To me, it kind of looks like you're trapping inventory, right? You've got kind of a distribution here, you got this shelf and this distribution here. So as we come back down into this area, you look to see if they're going to cover. And like I said, I think that this shelf here, the only way that this thing actually goes lower is if we see a decent offer below 28. So you have to see some decent volume below 28 to get this thing down. If not, every time it comes down, just shorts, like there's short covering right there. Look, bunch of short covering. Right, when you see 300 contracts and the market ticks down, another 300, 400, 500, right, you're getting short covering there. So and we still have, I mean, fuck. You see 33, 35, 38, and 40. Yeah, I see that. Like the 414, yeah, 256, 373, yeah. I think those are stop losses, to be honest with you.
the whole reason I was trying to unmute before was I was going to ask you. I think I know what it is now. What's that IV? Like an energy drink? I didn't know what it was, but I heard.
Oh no, it's it's
no.
like a hydration packet. Basically, it's like it's got a bunch of like electrolytes in it. So instead of like drinking like a
Oh,
Gatorade,
okay.
this has like, you know, none of the sugar that none of like the
Yeah,
bullshit that
better
Gatorade
for
has
you.
in it. Yeah, you just pour it in water and then drink it. Because I've been having that issue where I'm like, because I sweat so much, I'm like fucking exhausted after like an hour of sparring. Like yesterday, I went 2 hours and I was okay because I drank a Gatorade. So I think that's the issue. And then I got to bring my glucometer and see if the fucking my blood sugar is dropping.
Mm.
My doctor's sending me to get a fucking ultrasound of my stomach because okay, sounds like gastrointestinal problems. I'm like, it's not, but whatever.
They're going to scope you. They did that to me too.
No, just an ultrasound.
Oh, an ultrasound.
Like, just check if I have a fucking baby in there. Shit, baby.
Yeah. So what's the stuff you bought? So what is the shit you bought? IV? It's called what is it?
It's called liquid IV.
And where do you get? Is it like for anybody or
Yeah.
like
Yeah, I
if
got
you
it at
just want to
Target.
be helpful? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just the reason I'm doing it is because Well, the reason I got it is
You're cutting
because,
weight.
well, not necessarily because I'm cutting weight, just because like when I work out, I'm sweating so much that I exhaust all my electrolytes, and so instead of buying like a fucking Gatorade every time I go, because I'm
Yeah.
training 5 days a week at least now, 6 days this week, but um, just so I can keep going, because it's not like I'm tired after the hour of training. I'm not tired. It's like I'm just fucking, I feel sick. And everything that I've read, it's called hyponatremia. And basically, like when your sodium levels or your electrolyte levels get too low, it can make you sick.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, I had this fucking position locked up. I was about to darce this guy, and I've been wanting to darce this guy for a while because he's a fucking. I just don't like him, And he always sticks his neck out there, just begging to get darced. But he's a blue belt, so he's more skilled than I am. I fucking had his chin, and I had a fucking handful of chin. Like he wasn't getting his head back. I had his head tucked, and I'm getting ready to darce him, and then all of a sudden I feel like, oh, here I go. I'm about to fucking throw up. So I was like, fucking let him
Oh, really?
off. I stepped off the mat, and it could be low blood sugar. I could be wrong. It might not be the hyponatremia. It could be like my blood sugar's dropping.
Yeah.
But I mean, only one way to find out, I guess, is try this, and then I'll bring my glucometer and see.
Yeah.
It really only happens when
And
I'm doing jujitsu,
ultrasound.
which is yay,
Yeah,
because jujitsu is stupid. But
ultrasound doesn't sound like. I mean, I don't know. Like one of the first things you do,
no, I don't think
right?
my doctor.
And,
I don't think she knows. I think she's just fucking. She's just guessing.
yeah.
I told her that I'd get sick when I'm working out, and she's like, "Well, let's do an ultrasound, see if anything's going on in there." Well,
She must make money, get kickback on the ultrasound guy.
yeah, maybe.
Your insurance covers this, so let's try this.
They have
I'll have
these
to look at
new.
that.
Oh yeah,
But
it's
I want to
good.
see if there's, as long as there's no sugar and shit in it. I don't like anything.
I don't think
Sorry.
so. Let me see the ingredients list.
Yeah. And nothing with soy in it. I don't like that. Turn you
Yeah,
fucking
no.
gay.
Yeah, you don't want to turn gay from eating soy, right?
Oh, I know. 50 years old, I can't.
Can't afford it at this point. It's 11 grams of sugar in there.
Water is sugar. Okay.
You have a story about soy, Thomas? Yeah, it's just 11 grams of sugar, and then it's like vitamin D, calcium, iron, potassium, vitamin C, niacin, vitamin
Yeah.
B6, B12, antiogenic acid. But there's no like, like red 4, green 17, none of that fucking chemically
Yeah.
made shit. You tried being vegan for a month? Ugh, tofu.
Your story
Yeah.
doesn't involve another man after eating soy.
Yeah, your libido dropped completely. There's like big studies about like men eating soy and um having
Breast.
drastic effects on their testosterone, or
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. When I was even taking testosterone, I wouldn't touch anything with soy because, you're already converting the test into estrogen anyway. You got to be careful. So you don't want to get like bitch tended.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember when that movie that came out called What the Health. My wife watched it, and my wife's sister watched it, and they were like, "Oh, we should be vegan." You guys can be vegan, but I'm not doing that. And like then I watched it with my wife. She's like, "You got to watch this movie. Got to watch this movie." And like as soon as we start watching it, I'm like, "This is fucking bullshit." I was like, "This is total fucking just audience manipulation." That's all that's going on right now.
Yeah. The only thing I ever looked at vegan, the only time I ever like thought, oh man, maybe it is good, maybe whatever, was who was the tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs? Uh,
Travis Kelsey,
no, an older. This guy must be older, but
Tony
not before your
Gonzalez.
time. Gonzalez. He was a huge advocate of me, and now I don't know what else he. I'm sure he's on juice anyway, growth hormone and everything else.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
he was a freak, and I mean, he was a pretty. He was like he didn't age. You know what I mean? Even still to this day, he looks like he's 25. You know what I mean? And he's a vegan. But there's a lot of factors. There's hereditary. There's genes, and then all the other shit he takes. So I wouldn't. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's only because he's vegan. You know what I mean? So, but he's healthy. I mean, he's in great shape. Great, good athlete, strong.
The Diaz brothers are vegan.
Are they?
Yeah, Nate and Nick. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like them anymore. That's probably why they look like fucking Play-Doh when they take their shirt off. They don't have no.
No muscle tone. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the
Some
gas
tough
tank, like
fuckers.
the gas tank on those guys is just it's insane.
Yeah. I never really liked them. Anyway. I think they're low life, but I respect them because of their hard. They're just fucking animals. You know what I
They're
mean?
tough as
Put a lot of
fuck.
hard
Yeah.
work. Yeah, and they dedicate it to the sport and everything else. I don't want to hang out with them. I wouldn't want to have fucking lunch with them. Fucking, just not my kind of people.
They're my kind of people.
Yeah.
They're right at my alley. Yeah. They weren't far from me, 40 minutes Stockton from Antioch, like where I grew up.
Oh yeah.
Stockton's a shithole though. Like they're ghetto like that because Stockton's ghetto as fuck.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
Like Stockton's like one of those places like if you're driving through and you drive through like when you go to the mountains, like you drive through Stockton on the way back, like if you go to like Bear Valley and if you take the wrong turn and you just end up in the hood, you're like, you just like see crime.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Watsonville, California. Watsonville, like up past Santa Cruz. I don't think I've ever driven through Watsonville without seeing somebody get arrested. Not like someone pulled over. Like I'm talking getting cuffed. Like every single time I've been there, I've always seen someone getting arrested. Just a fucking
Five cop
shithole.
cars.
Yeah, like I mean, it's just like there's like a big ass Nuestra Familia gang there, and then it just always is just shit. It's just a shithole. Like it just is a shithole. A lot of California cities are turning into fucking dumps now. Sacramento's even. I mean, Sacramento's been a dump for a while, but it's getting even worse because they're picking up all the homeless people from the outskirts cities and dropping them off. Yeah, businesses basically. Yeah, it seems like the market's just getting real slow. I'll be taking off here pretty soon to get my. Well, J period on Tuesday was pretty good. But yeah, yesterday and today it's gave you nothing. Take a peek at some of this here. Let's switch over to a daily chart real quick. This is the ES here, but you look at Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin kind of just stayed flat today. Oil had actually a pretty decent move up off of that 67.36, which is, kind of what we were expecting. We were looking at ES, ETH basically trading sideways. Gold had a pretty decent move up for a while now, one time framing higher. Nasdaq, right, on a tear, and if you look here, we're breaking this longer term trend here. Get rid of this, but like, I mean, almost from that swing high back in 2022 in March, almost back up there. So pretty decent recovery there. Nobody cares about the Russell. Silver, who cares? The Dow is actually not doing bad, right? Had a nice recovery, been trading sideways to down a little. Bonds not really doing much, but Apple almost back to all-time highs, right? Traded, the high today was like 180. What was the high today? 181. Um, yeah, 180, and all-time high 182.94. So, pretty decent move there. AMD, right, opened that gap last week and has been kind of holding that area. Amazon still got a long way to go, but still room there. And this is kind of what people are saying, like, oh, the Nasdaq's overdone. But Amazon's a huge part of the Nasdaq, and it's still got a decent way to go. I mean, you're 122, traded 188 back in 2021, so it's still got a pretty decent ways to go. Same with Google, right? Google still has room to the upside. Meta been on a tear as well, getting close to closing this gap, but it still has room back to the upside. Microsoft almost back up to those all-time highs, right? Microsoft and Apple been the leaders on this way back up. Netflix still ton of room, hasn't even got back up to that gap. Was just from 2022 January. Nvidia, just the fucking beast of beasts here, full recovery, just on a tear after those earnings. And Tesla still has a ton of room as well. So, a lot of people are saying that the Nasdaq here is kind of, take a peek here. Let's go to FinViz. Take a peek here, and we'll look at our maps. That's only showing us the S&P, but yeah, we can't really. I kind of want to see. Right, so we've still got a lot of room as far as where they can go. Like, they've been, doing really well this year, these tech sectors, but you really still have room, especially if we look over at the Nasdaq, right? A lot of these are down, but they're not really. This is just today it's showing here, but I don't know if there's a way to really look at it as far as the year to date. I don't think there is. But they're, definitely have some room to go still on the upside as far as, some of these bigger tech stocks, right? The $1 trillion market cap tech stocks. And so when people are saying, oh, well, the Nasdaq's overdone, that's the end of the upside, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's just kind of not really looking at the big picture. That's just kind of looking at what's happened in the past 52 weeks. We're gonna break it. What will be nice in telling, hopefully, like unless we get this kind of mean reversion, we've got the POC shifted up now, but if we get a mean reversion, that will be less less beneficial MGI wise. But if we end on a spike to the high, which it's looking like there's a decent possibility that we do, then that will give us a nice market generated information that the market's finding buyers at higher prices and wanting to move up. The volume today is not the greatest. We had good volume yesterday. Right, volume yesterday was like 1.6, 1.7 mil. Today we're only at about 1. We still have got some time left, so we'll see how the session ends. But what are we? We're about 95% of yesterday's volume. This thing is telling me, so pretty decent odds that we get there. Don't poor high ass, just fucking trade up, you bitch. Another ledge forming right here. This 32, so we went from a 28 ledge to 32 ledge. 109 contracts on the high now. Yeah, I will. We have a little tiny volume nodule here, like up at like 36. But other than that, that's pretty much it. And you start to get into this kind of continuation area. And we're getting back to the high. I mean, this is the high of the year so far.
Brad? Do I have audio? Yeah, I have audio.
You in here, Stace?
Yeah, I'm in here. I just looked at your numbers. That's freaking solid, dude.
Yeah. Well, I just got back and traded. I've been waiting all day, and I should have just let it go. Waiting all day to do this last trade.
Well, I actually got into it in Sim. I'm still because I did do one trade in a real account, and I only took it for I think 4 points. And I should have held it because it was in. I got in at like. Hold on, let me look and see when I got in. I got in at 32, and it started to come back at me, and so I just closed it at 30. Oh, so it was only 2 points. Anyway, but then
Whoa.
I should have held.
I leave you guys alone for 15 minutes and then.
I know. Look at this shit. This is. I've been waiting for this trade all day, Brad.
Who hasn't?
I haven't been.
I did one trade on the MES, and both of my 150K accounts got 4 points, and then 2 lots on the two lots on the ES in my 150K. Pardon me, 1 lot on the ES in my 150K, and then 2 lots on the MES in my 50Ks.
Nice. Looks like you had a pretty good day.
Yeah, it was a solid day.
You did good. Boss didn't get out, so I only took that one trade. I could have done better. In my sim, I fucking am killing it right now. I'm about $8,000 up in this one trade. Well, but of course I had a trade earlier that didn't quite go as well. So I don't think I'm up for the whole day. Actually, that's a good question. Am I up for the whole day? Here's the first. Generate. Oh no, yeah, I have a trade that. Yeah,
The
it
thing
stopped me
keeps
up.
liquidating.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll be happy when
30 and a quarter down to 26 and a quarter.
I'll be happy when AMD and Nvidia liquidate all the way back to their open.
Are they doing it now?
They're coming down. They're not coming back to their open. I doubt very seriously. I foresee them getting to their VWAP. I do not see them pushing through it. But I mean, I'm underwater on them no matter what I do. I'm about 50% underwater on both of them. Well, maybe not. And maybe it won't be as much. I think they're going to at least reach their VWAP, and both of them are pretty. Like Nvidia is still like $3 above its VWAP, so I foresee it getting to its VWAP. AMD is still about $1 above its VWAP. So basically, let's say 191 divided by 7. So I'm getting about 28 cents a dollar, or 28 cents, yeah, 28 cents a dollar. So I will get that one back to, that one will actually come really close to being broken even when it reaches VWAP. The other one, Nvidia, probably not as much. If it reaches VWAP, I will probably still be down 25% in that one. But AMD might get back to break even if it reaches VWAP. It depends on how far it liquidates. In my sim trade, my take profit is currently at 12.5, which is what I'm guessing that we make it to. Data must be heavy because my trades or my bot is not going so hot. Even though everything's coming down, that it's not. Maybe it's not coming down fast enough. I don't know. Oh, NVIDIA is bouncing a little bit. That's probably why. Yeah, NVIDIA's got a little bit of bounce to it. Oh, wow. Okay, so I really should have just taken this trade in a real eval. Damn it. My entry was frickin' 42.39. Right now it is a 17-point trade. And I took almost no heat. None. What did it get to? 39 quarter?
Don't beat yourself
39.
up.
That's right. No, I'm not upset because I promised myself I would not take trades when the bot was in. That was the deal I made with myself because I have a bias. Mind you, my bias would have fucking paid off right about now. But whatever, I'm not upset. It is not the end of the world. Oh, damn. AMD is coming down hard. Yeah, I'm not upset. It's not a big deal. I took the same trade earlier and let it stop me out for the loss that I took in Sim, so I guess it is what it is. I'm kind of curious to see if it actually makes it to my 12.5 takeout. My my runner is 4.5. That's where I believe it will make it to if it freaking just like keeps on trucking. I don't see it
Ambitious.
breaking 42 though. What was that, Brad?
That's ambitious.
Well,
I guess you're only 16 points away at this point. So.
have you ever known me to do anything half-assed? You can look at some of the trades that I do with the bot and can't question whether or not I don't jump in with both feet. Ten more minutes till the bot sells. 40-ish% down in NVIDIA, and I'll say average 45% down in AMD. I certainly should have closed the bot out earlier. I would have known, or would have, I'm sorry, not known, but if I would have been online, I probably would have. But because it was already to the point where it was, I was like, what's the point in doing it now? A little bit of a bounce.
Technical analysis and retail.
What is that?
An ad.
It's funny, we heard it. Normally when you do play noises or play sounds of
Oh,
it,
I'm
we
on
don't
my
hear it.
phone.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, I'm watching some jujitsu clips.
You got out of your long, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I haven't had a trade on for a while. I think my last trade was at this is 145. Oh no, like 130. Last time I had a trade on.
Well, I let the bot play today. One down, 972 more to go. Six and a half minutes. Everything's still bouncing.
It looks like there's offer up at 25. Basically, someone trying to sell them to the point of control.
Well, my stop's at 26, so we'll see if it hits me.
You see right where the liquidation started from 28.
Yep, that's the same place where it was the earlier when it dropped.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. NVIDIA's bouncing harder.
All right,
So
dope. We'll catch you later, man.
Oh, if you come back up higher to where I was at earlier, I'm going to be irritated. 3.5, 4.5 minutes. I need you to drop again. Come on. I should have killed it when it was on its way down.
Hey, Wayne. Oh, hi, Kathy.
There's an offer trying to come in here at 23, 24, but
To be honest with you, I'm not sure. Wayne says I need some electronic number so I can file electronically, and I thought we'd already given it to him before, but I guess I got to go online and get it because my wife, we have everything packed because we're moving to Texas, and she doesn't know what she did with it, so I don't know where it's at.
Hey, Link, you know you're on audio, right?
Oh, I don't think I got one for this year. No. Okay. Okay. Okay.
28 going to be that key level here.
At 25?
28.
See. Oh, you think they're going to try and run it back up to 28?
Yeah, that's that weak spot on the profile here.
Hit my stop. $90 seconds till bot closes.
The bot closes at 50.
Yeah. Either it hits targets or it closes time wise. And it depends. I mean, sometimes it closes earlier, but it depends on what's going on. Yeah, it doesn't always just close. It doesn't only close for profit. It closes for other things as well. But 50 is like the last takeout point. $20 seconds. And then we see exactly how much we are down. Three, two, 1, 0. In come all the closes. Yeah, not my best day, that's for damn sure. Oops. Sorry. Of course, it dips further after I close, but I don't know if it would have mattered. Oh, it did. It hit 28 again. Son of a bitch. I should have my stop up higher.
Yeah, it just tapped 28. One contract traded on 28, and then it came back down.
Damn.
Now you've got more stuck shorts here from like 23 to 24. Late day stuck shorts.
Yeah, I got in right at 20 or 30, 38. I think what did I say my entry was? 38 half, something like that. I think it was like 38 half.
That's where you got short at?
Yeah, and then I wrote it all the way down to 26. Well, it stopped me out at
Dang.
26. I had my stop. I should have moved you're right. I probably should have moved my stop above 28. I felt like it was still had more to go, but we'll see where it gets to.
It's a good short though. 10 points, 12 points.
Oh, it was a solid 13 points. Oh, 39. That was my entry. Because it was an average. I had a few entries. Oh, I just took a trade in a real account. That was not my best look. Now I have to actually go in and create my exits. That should take me out for another point. Hey, there we go. Made another $50 on accident. Okay, now I need to switch that to sim.
All
I
right,
was
see you later,
taking a
Thomas.
trade in taking a trade in sim, and I accidentally freaking put it in my 50K account. All right. All right, these are the only. Those out of the money options that I bought, not quite my best idea.
That's not too bad. But
No, it wasn't. It's
been
not.
down a
Not
lot
the worst.
more than that.
Could have been far worse than that. That's. I mean, it's not definitely not that horrible. Looks like I could have held on for a little while longer and actually got a little bit more out of it. Although Nvidia isn't. Nvidia is not going down as far, so maybe not.
Yeah, Apple's almost back up at its high.
Yeah, I probably would not have done this well. I still need to create that freaking thermometer that tells me whether or not it's a good idea to hold. All right, I have a meeting I gotta join. I'll be back. Well,
All right.
I'll probably catch you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. Have a good one.
Oh, sorry. Thanks. Yeah, you too.
All right, Nikki. Catch you later. Just watch this close and we'll wrap it up here. All these trades coming in right at the 28. It's a ton of volume coming in right at the end of the day there. Well, that is going to wrap it up. Just to do a quick review, pretty much what we're looking at here, and we'll add these overnight sessions. We have kind of this week high level here, this 42, 43-ish level, right? 2 Globex sessions ended basically right there, the holiday day in between. I think as long as we stay above this area, this 42.20 to 42.13 area, I mean, we've got single prints as well below. But as long as we kind of maintain above these single prints and really above this volume ledge, we kind of continue to build volume higher here, right? Build some volume here, build some volume here. So maybe a retest of that 42.08 level, right? Some more single prints down there. But you've got to, they're going to have to kind of power through this, and you're going to have to find some supply. One key thing to note is that we actually do have decent excess here, right? You've got some excess here. This area was set in the initial balance, right? So we don't really consider it good excess, but this is actually good excess. We've kind of rebounded a pretty decent ways down and are now kind of balancing higher. So that'll be kind of the key tomorrow, is going to be this M low and this I high heading into tomorrow. So overnight, right, we'll see if there's some supply that comes in, if they try to push this down. If we start to move higher, then I kind of expect us to get that continuation. If we look over at the daily chart here, just so we can have a little bit more room. Remember, we talked about this level here. This is that weak level, 42.6175. And so if they're able to gap the market up overnight, I think that will be the target leading into tomorrow. So what's the low here? 64, high 61. So there's actually a little gap here, right? So that'd be the kind of the last straw to get up into that gap and look to fill that gap. So if they're able to gap the market up overnight and get above this high, we probably get a lot more short covering and a lot more continuation into tomorrow. If not, they're able to push this thing back lower. They'll be looking probably to hold this thing below that 42.15, and below that 42.15 starts putting us down back towards that 4200, 4175 level. But yeah, other than that, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Make sure you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan, and I will see you guys tomorrow.